Maybe I'm debalding? No, that's definitely not the case. Oh, there we go. I know, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, interesting. YouTube added something called experience when you watch a stream. What does it do? Be the first in the leaderboard by showing support. Interesting. All right, YouTube. Okay, so let's get to it. Yeah, Messijo time. And yeah, just watching for some work stuff, just in case. Kind of. We've been working on the rate limits for a bit. The part we left off on yesterday is we were getting this log statement way too many times because that log statement is actually working as intended. So yeah, this is some back-end stuff that we should look at first. And we don't even need to be logged in for it. Right? So this is it, right? This is the log statement we were getting. So instead, we need to start bumping using our buffer. All right, so keyword notification and keyword event. But we don't actually have the event content with it. So we're already not quite doing exactly what we needed. And one thing I realized, did I forget to add this to the application? Messijo mailer batching. Now, we should be good. But I think I actually need to restart the server. Okay, and then we get that. Okay, so Messijo mailer batching registry. No function clause matching handle info, which means the data that we're passing there is no good. All right, so now we go into the batching. And it's the handle info part we're not doing right. Now, what I'm wondering is here, should event and event content both be passed in? Or should we like merge event and event content? So yeah, the big problem though is when we get into worker, there is a handle info that we don't have a match for. I wish it would pretty print this a little bit, but that's not the end of the world. All right, so when we see this, we see handle info, we're seeing event, and we're seeing bump, but bump doesn't exist. So we're messing that up. Yeah, so I think actually this right here is just event. It is. Yeah, so bump was actually not it. Hold on. Okay, okay. The hell was that sound? Was that some game finishing downloading over in on the gaming PC? I think it was. It is warm today, yeah. Um I think it's provider list. Hold on. Quick work thing. Sorry. Coworker has an issue. Only 99 where you're at. Oh man. So you're wearing like your thick jacket now, yeah? Okay, one more thing. Cat this. Sorry, coworker's just reaching out for a thing. Sorry. Helping a coworker troubleshoot. Sorry. Coworker stuff, you know. Uh Didn't run the AC as high. Sorry, coworker's typing. He's taking a long time to type it. He just needs to screenshot a thing, man. I know the moment I get back into the flow of doing this, he's gonna type his message. Like, the moment I actually start digging into this part again. But yeah, hold on. Let's do this. Let's restart it. Okay, so we get an invalid state again. No, I don't know what the deal is. Not sure. All right, so now this is event. We got keyword in there. We got notification in there. And then finally, we got event, which is keyword event. So we're sending this, and then it's getting to the worker. Okay. Some 30C right now. Yeah, it's 30C in this room right now. Miserable. Yeah, it's warmer in this room than it is outside, and Seattle tends to be a couple degrees cooler than, like, more inland in Redmond. So yeah, like, Redmond is a little warmer right now. Yeah, Seattle's, like, right on the water. I mean, that's still not bad. It's 81, but then, yeah, it's always a good, like, 5 degrees hotter in this room. We cool off a little bit for the holiday weekend, and then we warm right back up again on Monday, Tuesday, which is not ideal. Oof, and then it stays hot. Like all next week. And Abdu, what's the occasion for the beanie off? It's too hot out. So yeah, all next week I'll probably also be beanieless. London's gonna have 40°C weather. Yikes. So yeah, it's super hot where you're at, Abdu. Major heat wave. You much prefer working in the office than remote, just because you got AC in the office. Yeah, that's not a bad. It's not a bad deal. Okay, so yeah, we're getting this error because it's not matching properly. It's a handle info call where an event happens, and that event gets triggered when we do the send event. But it looks to me like this handle info Oh, you know what? So hold on. I think I'm actually making a mistake. I don't think this actually needs to be that full state. I think it's just events. No. So what we need to do is we need to figure out which one of these is actually doing it. So this is when event equals nil. Does not equal nil. So we only have 2 of these events, right, for handle info. And it looks to me like maybe well, let me just do this, right? What, like fully bald? Not yet. But if genetics have anything to do with it, I will eventually. All right, 1 second, everyone. Hold on. Shouldn't be very long. But a coworker wants to hop in a huddle. Just give me a second. Okay, sorry about that, everyone. Just trying to help a coworker debug something. They aren't getting any logs in the place where I would expect it. But the way they're interacting with it is slightly different. So I don't know. Yeah, that part's trickier. If they were using cursor, I bet I could have gotten more info out of it. Okay, so can a banana dial? All right, so dude, I don't know, man. We're not here to do any of the like language bullshit you might be used to in other channels. I don't care if you think it's ugly. Like, we're not looking for those kind of conversations. They're not productive, and it's really just not the tone of a good conversation. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's just your one warning about not getting into language debate bullshit. All right, so let's see if either of these get matched. I think it was some of our clauses that may have been breaking things, and we'll have to bring those in and check them. But let's just try this and see what gets logged. Ooh. So we're still not getting into there, which means that our pattern matching is still not accurate. It's Elixir. So I'm wondering if I'm just setting up the state the wrong way. So we'll see if we get into starting event there. So we get connected, we get into there, and we just don't have anything that's matching what we're trying to pass. I'm wondering... So, I mean, that part wouldn't be the main issue. Yeah, the whole problem is that we're not matching any of these handle info events. So we do see that keyword and notification are getting passed through, which is good. Dark matter? No, Elixir is for people who did Ember for years, right? Technically, people who did Rails for years. Like, this is meant to resemble Ruby syntax a little bit, at least. To call it the next big thing, I don't know. It's not worth worrying about that. Good ideas are portable. It's just a language to learn. It's worth learning. They all are. All right, so let's make this way less specific. Yep. GPT codex. Is that ChatGPT's command line thing? No, I haven't. Okay, so we're getting into generic event. No, I haven't seen that Taco Bandit. That sounds interesting. And what's up, Nicholas Ramsey over on YouTube? Cheers. So yeah, we see keyword notification and event. Those are getting passed in as the event stuff. Let's look at it as the first one just to be sure that we're not doing that. Yeah, so hold on. Yeah, so I'm not saying what type notification or keyword should be. So that shouldn't be a type safety issue. All right, so in that first event, we're seeing this, but we're not seeing the actual value. Yeah, so this event info happens again, and we return this, but then it just loops again, it looks like. Yeah, too hot for the beanie. All right, we're trying to log something that isn't there anymore. All right, so we're matching that one. Yep. Well, I mean, it's more like log everything incrementally and see where this stops pattern matching. Because that's our big problem. And I think it was this, the events equals part. All right, so we just do the first event. All right, so we do match that. All right, so then the issue is just that we had this empty list, which I find odd. So hold on, we never see starting event, right? Oh. Okay, so yeah, I probably could be doing more with the REPL right now. I'm not actually doing anything with it. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I want to let it go a bit. All right, we should only see one init event. All right, we see init for that key. Okay, so at least we're not initializing a whole new process for it. But the way we're passing the info is not working. So yeah, this is really the starting event. And I don't think I even need this. So we can at least simplify that a bit, right? I think. Yep. So yeah, one big part is that we're just... This events array isn't growing, which is a big part of our problem. But it also means that technically our starting event is this one. All right, so now this one doesn't do anything because we had just copied and pasted it. Yeah, so now if we do this, now we don't match. Key, hold on, batch interval minutes not found. That's a different thing. Ah, okay. Because that's on the notification itself, and... Yeah, that's just not coming back where we're doing our fetch. I've heard of it. Pirate Software really doesn't have any friends because of it. Or not like any friends, but like, man, he's not making friends because of his opinion on it. Yep. Okay, so here's the thing. That value should be there. So as far as like list notifications by org ID, that's not working. getting the notification, get notification by org ID, get full notification by org ID. Now, why is that not doing what we expected? Oh. Is it in keywords? This is it. Maybe. Oh. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's no crazy secret sauce in running a back end for a server like that. So, like, there shouldn't be anything lost if someone wants to just host it. If they really, really don't want to put all the source code for their backends out there, they need to put in the effort to obfuscate the code in a way, right? Yeah, no, I think I agree with the movement for sure. Yeah, I understand a binary, right? Like a binary is not fully enough because people can and are getting good at decompiling binaries. Or at least like getting things that they weren't supposed to have. Like there's like a Madden Ultimate Team like leaks channel, Mutt Leaks, and yeah, they can simply just leak out graphics that have been released way ahead of time, you know? Because EA doesn't ship everything like right when it releases. They ship graphics and all sorts of stuff for upcoming promos that might be happening in the next month or two. So yeah, like I don't know. Is it the same exact thing as getting full source code? No. But companies do worry about that stuff. This is it. That's not a great reason. No, people get FOMO no matter what. Like, I understand that some companies may use that as an excuse. Doesn't mean it's a good excuse, though. All right, so I still expect this to actually fail. But let's just see, does it have the value in there that we care about? We do. We see batch interval, minutes, email. So we can do this in the batching. Well, I bet. Yeah, no, I totally get that. Like, look at it this way, though. Is 5M official? No, but it works, right? So if people care enough about a thing, the company doesn't have to do anything. So there is that argument to be made. I think the biggest complaint is just all the single-player games that have always-on functionality that don't need them, right? Right, just for the sake of selling you microtransaction bullshit. They could easily just disable the microtransaction functionality when they're sunsetting the project. Yeah, I think they could theoretically do a better thing. Whereas instead of enforcing that the company open source everything, they force the company to expose like the protocol and then let other people fill in the blanks. Then problem solved, right? So part of the legislation would be, no, you can't disallow private servers, right? Because the interface isn't proprietary, and we force you to expose the interface. Then bam, people can reverse engineer way easier if they want. I think that would be way better than forcing people to do that kind of discovery. And then it still kind of like allows them to protect proprietary technology on their back end. I could see that being like a good compromise. Satika Masala. Basically, it's an initiative in the EU to force companies to provide a way to still support old games. Because there's a lot of single-player games that turn off their servers and the games just stop working. Right? There's no reason a single-player game should require a phone home. So I would say one step is allow any single-player game and how that gets justified, how that gets defined, to be run without like requiring internet connectivity. Boom. That would be one big awesome part. Another part would simply be, well, if there is a thing that requires a back end, but you don't want to maintain those servers, you should be forced to then open up the architecture of it a bit. Maybe not leaking all of your source code, but at least leaking the protocols and the interfaces and the API, like endpoint, like architecture, so that people can then backfill the functionality behind it. So then you're not giving away the secret sauce of like some crazy algorithm source code on the back end. You're just giving people the information they could actually discover on their own anyway. So then I think, boom, you could have a really good like middle ground between pirate software hating the entire movement and forcing companies to like release absolutely everything. Right? You know, it's hard when you have these conversations because everyone thinks they're smarter and they think their way is the only right way. So then they're not even really willing to find a compromise. Well, that's the whole point, carpool. Like, technically, it doesn't expose everything because it's just APIs. It's just something people can sniff for anyway, right? It's just a Wireshark in the middle of my game going out to something. What they should actually be forced to do is, you want to shut down the servers? Yeah, disable your anti-cheat behavior for older games then. Boom. right? You're shutting the service down anyway. Remove the anti-cheat. Problem solved. Yeah, I don't know. Security through obscurity is still very much security in gaming circles, you know? Look at it this way. Game devs are not actually, in general, the most technically savvy. There's like engine devs that are fucking geniuses. I would consider Carmack an engine dev more so than he is a game dev. I would say Romero was the developer of the game, right? So then once you understand that, yeah, engine devs, geniuses. Game devs, kind of shit devs. Just categorically. They're like indie hackers. Sure, there's some really good indie hackers out there, and then there's the other ones that don't actually give a shit about the product they make. And it goes everywhere, right? There's web devs like that. There's all that stuff. We're just talking about games in general, Abdu. If you're going based on the example I made, I was talking about Doom, where Carmack was the engine dev and Romero was the actual like game dev. It's like the world, the universe, the characters, right? The art style. That was Romero, right? But how the game actually functioned under the hood, that was all Carmack, as far as I know. And you couldn't make it without both of them. So I think that's the tough part there, Tikka Masala. I don't know. My guess would be that if they had narrowed the scope a bit to just PC, they'd have an easier way of winning. But yeah, I don't know enough about the whole, like, the movement, the petition, whatever. If you are in the EU, you probably should sign it, whatever. Well, I mean, Abdu, that's the whole point, though, right? Game devs, right? Like the actual game developers are more artistic than technical. But engine devs are not. Engine devs more than make up for it. Yeah, I get that carpool, but the broader they make it, the harder it is to get people on board because everyone has something that they clutch their pearls about, right? Like, look at it this way. Apple being forced to do the USB-C thing by the EU. That still took a lot of effort and a lot of fighting. But could you imagine trying to legislate that all of Europe uses the exact same, like, power plugs? That'd be way fucking harder. Like, dude, you couldn't make that happen. You know? That's what I'm saying. Like, the bigger the scope, the more people push back. So starting the conversation never even happens because it's infeasible to too many people. Like if they had started with a really, really good specific use case of if a game gets classified like this in some way, blah, blah, blah. But instead, this is just all games. Dude. Yeah. Like instead, you need to get your foot in the door. So I'm not saying I disagree with the movement. I'm just simply saying I disagree with the approach because I think it could have been better if they started from a more focused standpoint rather than like a more broad standpoint. Like if they had started focused, Pirate Software might not have even had a legitimate complaint against it. I'm not saying yes or no, or like, you know, I totally know how he thinks or any of that. I'm just pointing out that I've seen enough of the drama. I mean, that's always been proven. You own a license to the game. You don't actually own the game. Which is why it's fully legitimate to purchase a hard copy of a game and then use a ROM, right? Because you own a license to the game by purchasing it, not that physical version of it. Like, that's actually been proven in courts. So it's not like anything new is coming out of that part. Like, no, we license the games we play. We license the software we use. We don't own it. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, this just boils down to software licensing. That's not what I'm saying, though, Carpool. That's a totally separate argument. And this is part of the problem, right? Because it starts from such a wide perspective, you can't have an actual productive conversation about it because someone's just going to move the goalposts. That's not what we're talking about whatsoever, right? You're still just paying for a license to the game. That's it. You asked about that, and I let you know, and now you're just changing the conversation rather than just having the focused conversation we could have had. It has been proven you do not own the games, you own a license to the game. That's fine, but dude, I don't want to argue about this anymore. I don't give a shit. But this is the exact problem that the entire initiative has because it's so broad that nobody actually focuses on any of the specific details. We already know that we don't own the games. That's always been the case. It's been proven in court already. You own a license to the game, which is why owning a physical copy gives you the ability to copy an online version of it as well, because you still own the license to the game. So you can play as many ROMs as you want as long as you own a physical copy of that same ROM. Because you bought the license to it. All this stuff has been decided in the software world. Just because gamers don't know it doesn't mean it's not there. HDMI, yep. Yeah, that's how Blu-ray and HD DVD worked. Like, yeah, all that stuff, yep. It's kind of crazy. All right, so back to. Yep. All right, so we do see that this value comes back. We do get an error that we are not. Oh, hold on. In here, we are not sending this value because that value doesn't exist. So what we need to do is We don't do that. And we do that. And we call that good. And then this is just batch interval minutes. Damn it. So we still see starting event firing way more than we should. What's up, Jarrell? How you doing? Oh, and I missed some subs. 8 hours ago, MB dealer, Mr. Sir. Tried to sneak that one in without me seeing, huh? And then, yeah, Jarrell. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Yeah, so we're not getting into subsequent event. Oh, wait. Yeah, no. So this is actually our issue. Hold on. They say length event here is expensive. Prefer enum.empty. Ah. So the tricky part is that this starting event is hitting no matter what. And we're logging events right here as it comes through, but we're just creating the empty one here. So maybe subsequent event just isn't important. All right, we should see that grow. Yep. Yep. Okay. And a bald-bearded builder, Mr. Sir. How you doing? Half-bald, non-bearded CM Griffin here. I'm growing out my bangs. All right, so you were doing some more Power Toys in public. So what are Microsoft Power Toys? You've had that as your title for a while now. And I feel like I looked this up and forgot about it. Utilities to customize Windows. Oh. Okay. So these are technically Power Toys then. Like advanced paste. Oh, it's one of the ones that's part of it. Oh, okay. So then always on top. Okay. Yeah, no, this is cool. Yeah. So you work on command palette. Gotcha. Oh, cool. And yeah, command palette is basically like what's the Mac one that people use? It should just be built into the OS. Yeah, exactly. I could see it being extra. Raycast. Yeah, Raycast is the one I was thinking of. Yep. Yeah, so you work on the Raycast competitor. But for this. Oh, that's cool, man. And Larobi, command palette was buggy for you? Well, you got the guy who works on it right here. So, Bald Bearded Builder, sounds to me like you got a dedicated tester that would be stoked on trying out some beta software as you guys have things you want to test. Yeah, submit tickets. And hey, what's up, Rossum? Been a long time. How you doing? Yeah, everything's going great. It is a little warm here in Washington right now, hence the lack of a beanie. I got the fan blowing on me pretty hard. No, nobody actually used the points. It's just too hot for a beanie right now. In this room specifically, it is 30.8 degrees Celsius, which is like 88. Yeah, Mother Nature redeemed the points. Exactly. Oh, there you go, Larobi. There you go. But yeah, no, this is cool. Oh my god, some of these are so essential. Do I find I get hangovers when it's hot? I mean, that's dehydration. Less so, like when it's really hot, yes. But that's just because, like, you're sweating while you sleep too much, probably. Man, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here. I did not know about it. Dude, super cool. Yeah, that's fun, man. Dude, a lot of these look really, really, really useful. Yeah, for sure. For everyone joining from the raid, the thing that we're working on is the tool in the name, right? So our project, which Java Grunt just ran, we want to listen to events coming from Blue Sky and send notifications when we see them. The part we're on right now is users can set up an email notification, and we want to batch emails. We don't want to send an email for every single message that comes through, right? We want to do some batching. So we're setting up in Elixir what is known as a gen server. And that gen server is basically an event bus of sorts. Like, it's a process that lives on its own, and processes are incredibly lightweight inside of the Beam VM. And this individual process just has events that come into it that we handle, and we do stuff to modify the state of this gen server. And then eventually, after we've done this send after, that is X amount of minutes after we have started this one batch, then we want to batch send it, which we're not doing anything yet. We're not actually sending. We just want to like verify that we're getting the right events and things are getting batched as we need them, right? So one thing we could do here is I could do this. I'm going to comment this one out real quick. And then we're just going to say this is going to happen after, I don't know, 2 minutes. Now, this part, I'm not sure we actually need. So we'll comment it. Like, I just don't think we were ever using that event. And we should see state in batch send here pretty soon. So let's do this. Let's turn it on. And within a couple minutes after this thing grows a bit, we may want to stop doing like the full logging. And yeah, let's just do this real quick. We'll clear that, and I want to make this just a little easier to read. So starting event is wrong, right, as far as the name, but I'm okay with that. If we just do this, and this is going to be length events length. All right. So we should start seeing that event fire and the amount of events that are in the list. 0, 1, 2, 3. All right, and we'll let that go while I catch up with some chat. So batching multi-tweets post so it can all be in one email. Yes, exactly. Yeah, you can do that with Go. You can do that with any language, though, Mr. Demon Wolf. That's not a Go-specific thing. Like, I understand you're like, Go routines. Yeah, that's a great use case, but anything that does threading in any way can do that. So I don't think you needed green threads. You could have done that with regular threads. You could have done it with, you know, processes, like all sorts of stuff. Yeah, I mean, multi-threading's easy in a lot of stuff. In Rust, you'll actually get really good multi-threading, and it'll even prevent race conditions for you, just due to the borrow checker. All right, so after a couple minutes, we should see some other event, and we should see that length reset down. Or I did something terribly wrong. I'm leaning towards I did something terribly wrong. Hey, all right. So hold on. There you go, spammer. I know, 2 minutes seems so long. All right, so we saw the full list, right? In the state in batch send. All right, we see the state there. All 60 events make it in. They're part of the events list there. And then after that, we see sending multiple notifications. That part happens here. Ooh, hold on, quick work thing. Okay, so that's not it. Hold on, let me just pass this on for work real quick. Sorry, I got some feedback from one of our ambassadors at work. All right, there we go. Wait, where's this message from? Okay, yeah, so we're good there. All right, my ice packs in my pocket are warm. I'm gonna go grab some fresh ones, and I'm gonna grab a soda. And we're gonna do the soda thing. So give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay. And yeah, how's everyone doing? You enjoying your basically a holiday week, right? We got 4th of July on a Friday, which is always nice. I'm looking forward to a shorter week. Anyone got any fun plans for the 4th or anything? Yeah, that was a solid thunk or whatever. Yep. Treasure train. What the hell is a treasure train? Oh, interesting. Oh, that's a smart way they incentivize like larger gift sub goals, right? Like, hey, 35% off if you do 5 or more at level 5. It's kind of funny. But yeah, thank you, Java Grunt. I appreciate that. Yeah, the Pendleton is an interesting mix. Because it's not bourbon, it's Canadian whiskey. So it has a different flavor to it. Taking a trip back to your hometown for the 240th annual 4th of July parade. Okay. Interesting. So 4th of July didn't start till 9 years after the Declaration of Independence, huh? That's interesting. Or maybe it was celebrated, but like just as far as like parades go, they didn't start a parade for it until then. That would make more sense. That makes way more sense. Okay, so let me get more music going. Yeah, you just skip from the 3rd to the 5th? That's weird. There you go. See, I should have had some red, white, and blue beanies ready. Shit. What was I thinking? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that just makes sense. That's just science. Okay, so I don't think I want to log that necessarily. We do want to maybe like shout out that we got into the batch send function. All right, so we'll do this. All right, get the logs out there. I really don't think we need the subsequent one. No, it's actually fine at that. Like, Dynamo's actually really good at that. The key is you have to do it all within a single table data design, at which point it's totally doable. If you're doing multiple tables, they're fucking up. Yeah. And thank y'all for the treasure train. Appreciate that. That was awesome. That was cool. I feel like that's the first one I've seen. It was not used as a single table. I would actually say that should be a big part of how you do your work, right? So you should be able to see what your access patterns are and start doing like the DynamoDB thing right. Feels a bit late now. It should actually be a pretty easy migration. But yes, I believe there are some like single table design like ORMs out there that might be worth looking at, like how and why they do that stuff. Yeah, this is a really good article. DynamoDB is very much like Bigtable from Google, right? What it is basically a massively scalable. It's not a document store, but it's a massively scalable key value store. You can have as many and as many columns in each row as you want, and sparse like columns is fine. So yes, it's a key value store, but I feel like it's more than that. Yeah, so consider the fact that Redis and MongoDB were inspired by uh, the Dynamo paper. Now, there's also at the same time Cassandra had come out, and some things in the NoSQL world took their inspiration from Cassandra, but it's about the same, right? They both try and solve similar problems. If you're really curious about it, there's the DynamoDB white paper, which goes into the why of some of this stuff. And what they were discovering is that they were just spending way too much time normalizing data for SQL style design, and devs are just really bad at that. So instead, let devs do things in a theoretically less scalable way, but just make the database more scalable. Hard to compare it with Redis. No. So, Larobi, you're misunderstanding. There's a difference in how they're deployed versus how they're actually designed. But hold on, I do have to take this call. Okay, sorry about that. They were calling about my car. Oh, man. Yeah, some tweaker just really, really messed up the car. It turns out when they tried to start the ignition with my oil dipstick, they messed up the ignition to where it doesn't like roll back to its like starting position like it should, or like to its neutral position. So when it's in park, the starter is actually remaining like engaged, and it creates just this noise that sounds terrible. Which means, yeah, like I need that fixed because I want my car to be able to start. We're already up to $1,800 worth of labor, which sucks, but whatever. But they're going to replace my ignition, and we're good. And as long as that fixes that and it starts to run smoother again, I do the oil change and some of that bullshit, we can call it good. I do want it to be able to drive around. I may consider getting a new car eventually, but if it works, I don't mind dealing with a bit of a junker. Like, it's already kind of a junker. I like a car that I can beat up. I just don't like it when other people beat it up. I deserve a new car? I don't need a new car. I don't drive often enough. I wouldn't mind getting a wagon Subaru for the winter. But I just got other shit I want to deal with. Like, I don't know. I'm considering buying a condo instead. It's a mid-90s Subaru. Oh, yeah, that's always fun there, the bread. Yeah, I've done that before. Yeah, that was when you had, like, a manual, though, right? Because I don't think you can do that with an automatic. Maybe you can? I've never tried it with an automatic. But I've definitely had to do that with, like, a dead battery before on a manual. All right, so this is the 2007 DynamoDB white paper, which explains why Amazon pursued this massively available key value store. So yeah, if you are curious about Dynamo, this is a really good white paper to read that explains their reasoning for it, why they did it, all that. Then if you're wanting to get into the practical implementation of using Dynamo, the single table data design article is really good. And hold on, Rondolph, what do you mean? So Rondolph, this is the starter, right? The thing that's engaging that shouldn't. And it only happens when it's in park, not when it's in drive. Yeah, automatics are annoying for sure. I've broken my collarbones and my shoulder dislocates enough that I need an automatic. I had a manual back when I broke my collarbone on this side the first time, and I could feel it grinding as I shifted because I just had to get down off the hill. But I wasn't paying for an ambulance. It gets way better. Yes, if you can understand your access patterns, it gets way better. Yeah, exactly, lunatic. And I'm not saying the way I did it was right, but the way I ended up building it was I had, partition and sort key, and then I ended up having global secondary indexes for tertiary key and quaternary key, right? To where these are like other like lookup keys that I care about that then get attached to a different sort key as they need to like index things. And once you have that like generic aspect of it, sure, you could consider adding a fifth one if needed, but you typically don't because you're not naming the column based on like the field, right? Like it's still a field on the thing, but it's still just like a key for a lookup. So then you have these indexes that are easy to do like your queries with. So what it means is when you start thinking about Dynamo, you have to think about your access patterns. What are you going to query by? because you no longer have, like foreign keys or any of that stuff. You have to really think about, like, what are my access patterns? If you do that really well with Dynamo, it is massively performant, sub 10 millisecond response times over the network, which is crazy. There's a cool tool for it. Ooh, Lunatic, yeah. Let me make sure that you have link privileges. Please feel free to share that tool. Yeah, so you didn't. I am curious about the tool that makes it easier. And Rondolph, yeah, so this is the starter motor that's engaging while the transmission's engaged. So yeah, it's just like a weird thing. And it only happens in park. But it sounds terrible. And I wondered, how the hell did they mess this up? I thought maybe they broke off part of the dipstick in the oil thing, which would have been a nightmare. But they didn't do that, at least. So yeah, the fix for that part is way nicer. I was worried it was like, dude, the engine's shot. Now, my car does slip a gear going between neutral and other gears, which sucks. And by the time the transmission goes out, I'll probably consider just buying a new car. I don't think it's worth the $3,000 it would cost to replace the transmission, even though it does only have like 160 something thousand miles. For a 95, that's pretty good. But I could easily get a 2014 with around 160K for like $6 or $7,000. That's not bad. That's actually pretty good. No, I have to go Subaru. I drive in snow way too much. I don't want some, like, Toyota all-wheel drive is nowhere near as good as Subaru all-wheel drive. Toyota four-wheel drive is just way more work than I want. Oh, NoSQL Workbench. Yeah, no, I'm totally aware of NoSQL Workbench. Yeah, no, it's fine. I ran into issues with NoSQL Workbench. So basically, it worked fine with Dino Lite. It didn't work with like the locally hosted like Docker container DynamoDB I was using. So I ended up having to use some like web app instead. Yeah, I ran into issues with NoSQL Workbench. There was another thing I used. I forget the name of it. I feel like it's got to be in here somewhere, but I forget the name of it. It's a shader, man. Yeah, Ghosty allows you to do shaders, and you can go find awesome shaders on Shader Toy. Yeah, maybe it's not in this directory. Or I just forgot the name of it. But yeah, no, I had to use some web application for looking at all of my Dynamo data. Yeah, Ghosty's great. Definitely worth checking out. There's something I was going to do real quick. Oh, yeah, ghosty shaders. So yeah, if you want to check out some of the shaders that exist for ghosty, you can get them here, clone them down, and then link them in your config. But yeah, let me just double check and look through here one more time. Yeah, I don't remember where it was. I don't remember the name of the thing I did to visualize. Hold on, maybe. No. Let me check my other terminal. Do I not have iTerm open? Yeah, no, I don't know. Let me just give it one more old college try. So DynamoDB Explorer. I think it was this one, DynamoDB admin. Yep. Yeah, this was it. Yeah, so I had to use DynamoDB admin instead of the other. Yeah, for some reason it was just like the local. Yeah, I think it's either DynamoDB local or local stack. DynaLite wasn't working with it. Or maybe DynaLite was working with it, but DynamoDB local wasn't. Something like that. Because I ended up having to switch to DynamoDB local because I needed something persistent, and DynaLite was like really slow, and it was like really slowing me down to like have to like rescaffold everything because it just sits in RAM. So yeah, I wanted persistent database rather than DynaLite. And that's it. That's why I couldn't find it. It was probably like a PNPX DynamoDB admin. No. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, at least yeah, we're on the same page. You know what I meant. Should we change up our shader real quick? Should we do a goofy one? We're at a good moment in the day. What do you mean by that, unruffled? Oh, absolutely lunatic. Yes, I've worked on a project where they had 4 different Dynamo tables. This was also a project where they had an individual repo per Lambda instead of doing a mono repo. It was just bad engineering all around. They had to have Saturday merge parties when they updated their common library between all of those Lambdas. I was the front end guy, so I didn't have to do any of that, but I just feel bad for all those people that did because of bad design. Oh, that one's not bad. Oh, the DVD one? Elevator's not bad. We should probably have fireworks going on 4th of July, so we'll do that one. There's some Matrix ones that are good. Unruffled, JS is not the obstacle. The obstacle is actually the amount of, like, the size of the payload. For that one thing you're going to ship with Wasm, you're going to ship 200K more to do the same thing bare minimum. And it grows way quicker, and compile times are way shittier, and like all that. For not much more benefit. Because you still deal with the headache of manipulating the DOM. We should do Synthwave Sunset. Let's do it. We'll do Synthwave Sunset. Unruffled, it's not even about the architecture. It's just unnecessary, right? The bottleneck for your front end is not the JavaScript. It's the communication with your back end. Wasm doesn't solve that. All right, so did you see it, Java Grunt? You just need to clone down the repo, have it live somewhere, and then you go and do custom shader equals in your ghosty config and give it the path to wherever you put those shaders. Problem solved. I don't understand what point you're making now, Unruffled. And it's really the type of like language conversations that we don't have here because they're not productive. There's zero value being made. There are use cases for Wasm, and people are using Wasm for those use cases. That's it, man. Like, I don't know, dude. Nothing new is being said in that regard. Every single thing you're probably trying to say was already said in the birth and death of JavaScript over 10 years ago now. Yeah, but we're not going to have this conversation here for the millionth time. Watch this video. You'll understand the reality we live in. Problem solved. But you're not going to solve the zero JavaScript thing for a long time. For way longer than you're going to be a dev. So why care? Like, who gives a shit? Just build stuff. Well, you don't do a colon. That's one part. Yep, case sensitive. Yep, no worries. And yeah, hold on. What was the one that someone linked? That one would be doable. Yeah. No, that one would totally be doable. No, it's unproductive to make the same arguments over and over again. Just because they're new to you doesn't make them new. Exactly. This is a nice one, though. I could see setting this one up. Yeah, this one's kind of cool. Okay, so yeah, back to this part. All right, so we'll put this at 1 minute. That way it's a little quicker. And we get it into batch send. So the entire problem here is that we're still getting into this even with our guard clause. Ooh, hold on. Maybe I misunderstand how guard clauses work. Elixir guards multiple. Yeah, it depends there, Java Grunt. Some of them are no good. That one I think was left over from the library I forked from. But this is where I think I do need this. So the issue was that you can't do two whens like that. They end up just being two separate function definitions. So then this is actually the starting event. So then we should only see the one batch send. So I think that part does it. All right, so let's give that a minute. We see subsequent event now. Perfect. That's it. All right. So that was our fix. I was doing the whens wrong. Yeah, exactly. Developer productivity costs more money than absolute performance. Hence why they even created DynamoDB. Right? They were spending too much dev time doing normalized databases. Your ability to ship something and try something and realize the result of that something as quick as possible has far more market value than absolute performance. Not the kind of technical debt you think of. Technical debt is things that slow you down as a dev, not performance technical debt. Performance technical debt basically doesn't exist. Stuff that slows you down as a dev would be stuff like a more complicated language, which is what you're actually arguing for. There is more technical debt with a more complicated language. All right, so we saw 48 for that events length in batch send, and now we are just pushing them back. We should see around 48 after this next batching. And if so, then we're on the right track. That's not what we're talking about on Ruffle. Right? You're making two conflated arguments. What we're talking about is a language that you develop faster in while still being fundamentally sound code. What's up, Brython? How you doing? And what's up, Brainless? What you up to? So think of it like cap theorem on Ruffle. You can ship quickly, you can ship correctly, or you can ship performance. You can only pick two. In general, business has discovered that the performance part is only relevant once you've proven the other two. It's not worth worrying about the performance part until you've solved the other two parts. And then you can spin something out that does the one part that's non-performant in a more performant way while still solving business cases with the other stuff. That isn't tech debt. Tech debt would be optimizing for performance and less readable code while still trying to ship quickly, or vice versa. Performance should almost always be your second concern beyond picking the first two parts. Yes, premature optimization is the root of all evil. That's a major straw man argument. We're not talking about that, dude. Yeah, Unruffled, I don't think you've even got an understanding of the problem that you're trying to solve now. And this is where this conversation is bullshit. Right? I don't think you even understand the point you're trying to make. That's not a fun conversation. We've had it too many times here in chat. It's fucking boring, dude. Disagree, Rython. It's about the hardware. Replacing those hardware systems isn't worth it. Yeah, no. We don't like banter like that, man. No. No language wars. No X versus Y. It's like the number one rule of this chat. You agreed to the rules of chat before you could chat. In the future, maybe read them. It's not a conversation we're going to have here for the millionth time. Just because it's a new concept to you doesn't mean it's new. We're fucking sick of it here. All right, there you go. Thank you. Sorry, I got to pass on a reply. Thank you. All right, so something here seems off. Common pitfalls? I don't know. I'd say just try it, man. Shouldn't need that much convincing to try a new language. So my instinct is that event didn't actually get reset like we expected. So what I expect we're going to see is this number doesn't actually reset to 0. We listen to their Firehose. It's just a WebSocket. Oh, so we do see it reset to 0. Interesting, though. So we never get back to that first event. No, Tramstars. The post is not sent on a WebSocket, but they are proxying all posts to a WebSocket. We are seeing only the one batch send. What we're basically wondering now is, do we see another batch event come through? This gets above like 60 without showing us the batch event, then yeah, we're not properly restarting the batch, which would be an issue. Yeah, so, all right. So the next thought is, why are we not getting back to that first event? And this is just about the state that I'm passing and trying to figure out why. So if we go back up to the start of this second batch, all we see is sending multiple, and then it kicks back to subsequent. And what we actually want it to do is we want it to get back to starting event instead. One second. Okay. Why are you guys still arguing languages, man? Dude, no, you took the bait. Don't engage people asking for what's the easy entry point thing. Like, no, dude. That is a shit conversation. There is no new value going to be had from a conversation like that. Come on, guys. No language war bullshit. Do not engage people that ask that low effort question of what should I start with. They're hopeless. I know, dude. Not in here, it isn't unruffled. No. No. We do not engage in those shitty low effort questions. This person already knows way more than they're letting on. Like, We can just look at their history. They already know about VPS hosting and all that shit. Do you think they actually have zero knowledge? No, they're just baiting some bullshit argument. And you took the bait. So now I don't even think they're hopeless. I think they're malicious. Yeah, Rhython, Scythe, Unruffled, Trapdoor. No X versus Y bullshit. Yeah, exactly, Brainless. I'm pretty sick of it. Their account was created May 21st. They seem like a troll now. Unruffled. I mean you, specifically. Your account's barely over a month old. Now, Seal Toad, I don't think they're worth engaging. It's not worth it, dude. I don't think Unruffled is here on good faith. Just from the stuff we already had to tell him. All right, so what's your comment there, Brainless? My call info is not getting executed when I expect it to be. Exactly. Right, so we're getting this event to fire a bunch, and then after the batch send fires, we send this out as our state. And then from there, I would expect to see starting event again, because we reset events to empty. But for some reason, we're not seeing this. Like, what it would mean is that event here is nil, but it shouldn't be. It's fine, Unruffled. I shouldn't have to tell you multiple times. See, I'm not saying log out for now. If you can't engage with chat in a non-trolly way, then that just makes you a troll. Your instinct shouldn't be, well, if I can't troll about languages, then I'm out. That's a fucking problem. Like, dude. Okay, sure. Yeah, so technically this is the second clause. And we're seeing when event does not equal nil. But I guess what we're not seeing is events being empty again. Hey, what's up, Hessie? How you doing? It's fine, Unruffled. Thank you, I appreciate that. Here's my next question. Trapdoor, are you still out there? Yep, later, Unruffled. You broke your keyboard waiting on a new one? That's a bummer. Okay. So yeah, trapdoor. I didn't mean to respond so harshly for you asking that question. I feel like you should know better. Because you've been here before. You don't have zero knowledge. Right? But in general, easiest language is so opinionated, there is no value to it. Right? Anyone who tells you, they're going based off their own personal opinion. What you need to do is just start. Don't keep asking what language to learn. Just learn one. Just fucking learn one already. Does that make sense, Trapdoor? Hopping into a chat and asking is you just delaying the fact. Just pick one and move on. Now, again, that's the problem. And it's not even for you. Come on. Yeah. So now you understand why I think it's a bit trolly, right? There you go, the bread. Right? That's basically what people are asking. Whatever one you got, whatever one's closest. I don't know, ACM. Nah, Larobi's just making a joke. I get it. The kappa would have made more sense on that same statement, but I get it. Exactly. Just pick one. Get started. Start making stuff. Yeah, so the idea is this should be resetting that part of the state. So Java Grunt kappa solves the same void as /s for sarcasm. Here on Twitch, it's the way of denoting you're being sarcastic. Yes, read that thing about Poe's law. So wait, hold on. I don't think that should matter. We tend to prefer it on the same line because if you have a lot of chat messages going in chat, it's really hard to connect up a next line because someone else could throw something in the middle of it. There you go. Yeah, chat is not threaded very well. That's why we try and have people like group their messages instead of segmenting, which is what Adam Learns Live calls it. So yeah, I don't think that would have changed anything. But yeah, what we see is, yeah, we're never getting back to that reset event. After the first one, it resets it. So we go through, we get to 40 something, right? 49, 50, 55, right? So in our batch send, we send all 56 of those. We send multiple notifications. And then from here, we were expecting to get starting event rather than subsequent event. The weird part is events.length is 0 in this case. So it's got to be that event does not equal nil. What if the issue is actually that we're not passing this as the state? All right, we're doing this like merge here. So yeah, here we see starting event happen immediately. Oh, and we run into that, and that's like a pattern matching issue. Hmm. We're not doing a case, so it's not the same thing. Right? So, Scythe, I'm not sure if you're aware of Elixir, but Elixir does pattern matching based upon like function, like arity as well. And that's the thing that we're not matching, right? Like the arity of the event that we're passing. So, like someone mentioned, we could create an empty one, but that still doesn't like solve the problem. So no, that's not it. I was wondering if the issue was that like our message and our state were off. But we'll just do message state here. Okay, so wait, hold on. This one's always going to hit instead of that one. So we need this one last. Yeah, no, we need this one last because that one will always hit before that one. So then we want this one to hit before this one. Yeah. Yeah, it may have a bit extra nesting. Now I want to see this, right? We should see in general event, right? We're going to see that a bunch. So subsequent event only matched once, and now this is happening. So now I just want to see it roll over and do the batch. And if the batch works, and we get back to start, then it's just something about the matching of subsequent. And we can get rid of those like sending email notification logs. They're not helping. Man, a minute always takes way longer than you expect it to. Exactly. Except that this seems way too long now. I feel like it's definitely been longer than a minute now. The two in general in a row? Yeah, that's fine. That was most likely just due to the like me scrolling and like the terminal having some kind of like logging delay. Yeah, I don't think my paint's drying. We did see the two, actually. Yeah, the two in a row might be the problem. I just chalked that up to like terminal stuff because of how I was like scrolling. Oh, no, you know what? Hold on. Hold on. Yep, nope. So yeah, no, you were right. That was the issue. That needs to be matching on event, not the other thing. Yeah. So now that we have the event labeled better, let's see this work better. Yeah, that was a good catch. Yeah, I forgot to scope the event better. But now we get to this point, and we're not getting a match for it. I wish it would log these parts a little better. Oh, hold on. Is this asynchronous? Mm, kind of. Like it has processes. What we're doing is basically synchronous, but it is sending off to a process. There is room for it to not be fully synchronous. Um, so here we go. Here we go. So we don't do any handler for no reply. We do see that handle event info there has event keyword notification, etc. This stopped firing when we did that, though, right? So then we get subsequent. Okay. So by making that a state object, it breaks. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Larobi. This gen server is its own process. It is its own single-threaded process, but we are sending messages to this process from another process. So when this rolls back over, we should be able to then log some stuff and see what's missing or what value we're not passing right. And we could probably give this like a shorter timer too. Right, we can make it 30 seconds instead of a minute. Oh, we can make it 20 seconds. We're doing process.send after. And what's up, Array of Hope? So we get back to the starting event again. Sweet. Okay, so we saw sending multiple notifications, a batch of 45. The number restarted. We saw the starting event again, which means that we should have another process.send after. So then another minute passes, and we should see another batch event. So I think we solved it. We just weren't passing a named struct for all of the events, and that's why they weren't matching. Oh, no, I'm not doing that. We're just doing the simple math of it. Technically, I'd still have to do some work there because we're storing the timer values in minutes, so I still have to do arithmetic. We could probably do timer.minutes, sure. If it exists, I don't know. I just want to see this roll over properly. Yeah, no, that makes sense to me. All right, we should see this roll over here in a sec. Any minute now. Starting event. All right, so yes. Okay, so our batching is rolling over. Nice. One thing that might be a mistake. Let's go log in. Okay. And I was wondering why we're not seeing two of these, but we haven't actually attached all of these. Yes, and now we got the two concurrent processes going, right? With a different counter for each one. And we didn't have to restart anything or any of that. Sweet. Okay, boom. Yeah, let me go pee. I am actually really pumped. All right, it's working. We're good. We just had to debug some pattern matching stuff about functionality and types. Yeah, sweet. Now we just got to work on sending the emails and making sure they get there, right? And, man, we'll have to do the same thing for SMS when we add SMS, but we don't have it yet, so that's fine. But, yeah, let me go pee. I'll be right back. All right, I grabbed another soda. Nice cold one. Should have grabbed more. Should grab more ice packs, but whatever. Yeah, I just raided the kitchen too. Mm-hmm. All right, so we can clear out a bunch of this stuff now, right? All right, so like Brainless was mentioning, we could do something like this. Timer dot minutes, batch interval minutes, and call that good. And cool, I think we're done with that part too. Sweet. Okay. It's good. Yeah. We've got this batching working. Let's make sure in here, yeah, we can get rid of that part. All right, so Surly, the operator of the CMG Beanie account. Another night off. CM Griffin will claim it's because it's too warm, but the truth is, We threaten to unionize if we don't get a better deal. Come watch him on Twitch. We won't be there, but Chris is worth watching even without us. Hell yeah. Thanks, Shirley. That's always fun. All right. Okay, so yes, I'm glad we got through that bug. That was bumming me out a little bit. What some of y'all may notice is I am far less accepting of the language BS, especially while I'm like actually trying to work through something. Now that we got a moment, trapdoor, my recommendation for learning is whatever has the least amount of friction for installing stuff. So that usually means web stuff. Beginners who have absolutely no clue need to see results as quick as possible. They don't want to have to install compilers. They don't want to have to install any of that stuff. They probably don't even know how to use the command line. For that reason, I tend to recommend web stuff because they see results quicker. What's up, Fallen? How you doing? How are things? They're doing well. Yeah, doing pretty good. And what's up, Josh? How you doing? And yeah, I'm doing well. All right, so yeah, sending these notifications. It's basically just that. All right, let me look at this email template. All right, notification batch. So what we want to do is we only want to send like the top 3. All right, so the way we're doing the batch email, it happens here in Worker. And what we need to do is split out the events better. How do we want to do this part? So I think take might be what I'm looking for. So then extra events count is length minus 3, but I need the do. So then basically that. And here we want to just send events through. I don't care about the second group. right? I just need to know the number of the second group. I mean, that's one way we could do it, though. So, like, you know, just depends. Okay. Let me get more music going. All right, so I just want to log this out and see what we get there. Oh, I could do enum.split. Yeah, that's definitely an option. Ooh, looks like I can't do that match anyway. Right. Okay, so we need to do that differently anyway. Oh, I would need a when. Yeah, not worth it. So then this is split. Okay. Okay, so now we should see this. Except that not quite. We should be seeing at least one. Oh, wait, no, we got rid of all our log statements. Yeah, so we wouldn't see that. 1 second. One thing that we're messing up, though, is we turned this back into that batch interval minutes. Let's just say 30 seconds. Okay. Yeah, I forgot we added timer. Got rid of our mock value. So, yeah, we wouldn't want to see that after 60 minutes. We don't want to wait that long. So we should see the event fire after 30 seconds here. Oh God, we broke everything. Oh God, you devil. You were really hungry, didn't eat, devoured your food. Nice. Total count, 17. Extra events, 14. We get the 3. Perfect. So now we're just running into an issue of keyword event does not implement access behavior. And it's in the mustache code that it's happening. Yep. Okay, so then we want to do like a get in or something. So that's where our template is giving us grief. Let's see if I did that right. Will it blend? Okay, it just looks terrible. No big deal. So the extra events count, though, is broken. Why would that have broken like that? Okay, so we're close. Something is wrong with our template. Oh, well, that would be it. We do need to kill this then, because we need to recompile our templates. Now I need to double check mustache syntax. All right, cool. And then if I turn foo into 42, we see it. All right, so yeah, 0 should be a falsy value for that block, which looks fine. But that should not be an if. That should be extra events count. Okay. So the rest of that looks pretty good to me. Technically, no, it looks terrible because it doesn't seem like any of our styling worked inside of Mailinator, right? For like these sections. So we need to do something that allows that to work. Right, so it's you have new events, right? Boom. We show the first 3. And yeah, this is the part where we're not doing any styling for it, right? It's just a text field. Interestingly enough, the strong doesn't actually make those bold. All right, so platform is wrong, right? Author name we can do. Yeah, we want to think about how we style the template, right? Like, see, I need to go look at the resend documentation. Or react.email, sorry. So yeah, react.email, explore components. What all can we do to style this better? Yeah, so it's just link from react.email.components. And let me shuffle this up to the front. That way we can edit it quicker by looking at the reference. We've got link in there. Okay, so right, platform there is actually incorrect. We could just hard code this as blue sky for now. All right, and then we'll do like MB4. All right, so we need to recompile our template. All right, we restart the server. We should see another mailinator. Oh, that was 11 minutes ago. Let's delete all of those. And we'll see if it blends. And yeah, what's up, Badman? How you doing? So while we're waiting, we'll pour another one of these. And how you doing, Talented? Oh no! All right, so we messed that up. What did I mess up? Okay, so cannot do that. Cannot get extra events count. Nil. Hmm. What do you mean? Why do I have to compile what? My templates? Because it's a React templating system, but I'm not using React or JavaScript on the back end. Okay, there we go. Will it blend? Yep. We see two of these. All right, so we're not seeing the username. Jesus. Wasn't looking at the contents of those messages. Yikes. Okay. So number one, link here. No underline. Author name should not be empty there. So that's a little weird. The created at value, we probably want to format better. But this part, yeah. All right, so I need to go back and look at some mustache stuff. So that one's weird. Why did that mailinator, like, let's just look at any one of these. Why is that not rendering like we expected? When we see the names. Okay. Yeah, it's just the dot. Wish they had like a batch delete everything. That'd be a lot nicer. Okay, so then instead of posted a new event, it's just on Blue Sky. Hmm. And what's up, Zeb? How you doing? Let me get more music going. Something is up with our templating here. Wait, excuse me. So yeah, instead of username and user handle here, all right, we're seeing author name or platform. What we want to do is make author name. All right, we'll hard code it there instead of the template. All right, so let's see what we get in Mailinator again. It'll be the latest one that comes in. Oh, we got a bug. All right, what's the bug? Not a list. Oh, hold on, wait. How do we do string length? Is it just string.length? Yeah. All right, we should see something come in here soon. Maybe. Yep. Hmm. I think that works. Yeah, we still run into this issue here, though. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, so I don't really want to expand another template. What I want to do is try and escape out. Hmm. Okay, so client dot name gets interpolated based on the context. If I don't have a dot, we should be good then. I think the Elixir mustache implementation is actually just non-standard. Because either, number one, the dot there isn't working. Oh, I do too, Hepta. It's just too hot right now for it. Beanie is my thinking cap, which is why I'm having so much of an issue getting this mustache templating to work. Obviously, that's just science. It should be, but it isn't. Right? What we're seeing is it's doing like a literal just dot. Right? So it's breaking because I think the mustache implementation of Elixir is no good. Hmm. Exactly. But can you spot a reason why? I can't. Oh, what if we do that? What if we wrap it? Wrap that shit up, B. No, it's React. So the outer wrapper is just interpolating. So this is React interpolation. The inner thing is mustache interpolation. It's a two-step compile. We compile from React to HTML, then we pass the HTML into mustache. What you're noticing is that we're doing the same exact thing everywhere else too. So that should not be our issue. But yeah, even with the space, it's not working. So what we need to do is just think of a better way to output this. You're in the Matrix now? Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, dude, the shaders are good. I think they make it just a little bit more fun. All right, so yeah, we got to think about a better way to do this extra events count. If we were using a better implementation of Mustache or a different templating language like handlebars, we'd be done. But we're not. So now we got to figure this part out. Right, and the problem is, if we pass the number 4 there, and we try and just do the prop, it's still looking like in the context that we're passing it. There's another way we could do this. But it gets gross. I don't think it's as gross as having to change up our templating, though. Now, what we want to do is we just want to wrap this part. And maybe this is what you meant, Ireal. Yep. Okay, so then theoretically, right, over in the template, we then just do count instead of the dot. And let's see if it'll blend after we recompile templates. We'll just delete all of them, then we'll have a gap, and then we'll see what's in there. And yeah, as long as this renders, we'll do just a little bit more styling stuff. I think a bunch of our tailwind is not rendering properly, but that's fine. Right? Okay, so there we go. And 8 more events. Yep. Okay. It doesn't look like we're getting any like bold text like we expected. But yes, that worked at least. We probably want to format the date better. I just think it's a flaw in the templating library, right? So the implementation for Elixir of mustache just is no good. Which kind of makes sense because they tend to prefer other templating systems in Elixir in a lot of cases anyway. Ooh, so here's the big thing. We are wrapping this in Tailwind. It just doesn't seem to be styling it properly in Tailwind. Hmm. Hmm. All right, so we'll add React Tailwind. Rebuild our template, see if that solves anything. We'll restart the backend. All right, we should see something with less than a minute. In just a few seconds, maybe. Bueller. Yep. And hey, what's up, Craster? How you doing? Yeah, what you been up to, Craster? Got any fun plans for the 4th or anything? Yeah, that didn't seem to do anything. Okay, wait, no. So the heading values are working. What do I have planned? Whiskey. Probably have a burger or like a double-decker burger for dinner on that day. We got some like bratwurst or sausages I could eat too. I'm just looking forward to enjoying a day off. If I can remember, I'll start up the stream nice and early on Friday. Choxy, thank you for the follow. I don't know why your name just reminded me. Have you ever seen the movie Cabin Boy? There's a character named Chalky, half man, half shark. Jason, you remember that movie? Hell yeah. Here's a second thing. Have you seen the increasingly poor decisions of Todd Margaret? If not, I think that one's up your alley comedy-wise as well. It was on IFC. It's about David Cross plays like a terrible, terrible, terrible liar who then goes to the UK to like sell energy drinks or something just because he lies his way into the role. That doesn't actually spoil nothing. Yeah, no, I highly recommend it. Yeah, the increasingly poor decisions of Todd Margaret is a fantastic show. But yeah, so there's like a little bit of trivia. The guy that played Chalky plays David Cross's dad in the show. And it like I didn't recognize him until I watched cabin boy again. Okay, so we're on to something here. Yeah, dude, it's like it's real old. Yeah. Yeah, I have like a really easy like split of the 90s because we moved from Jersey to Washington in 96. So anything that I saw before we moved to Washington, it's like an older film or older than 96. Ooh, but yeah, don't let me forget if you see me over on Gaming Stream, remind me to buy my ticket to Silver Sun Pickups. In fact, hold on, let me do that just right now. Fuck it. You're a 1 year old when Cabin Boy was created? Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I'm just gonna buy the ticket now. It's easier this way. I mean, it's barely related. Still cool though. All right, there we go. Ticket purchased. Gonna go see Silver Sun Pickups on July 13th at Pier 62. Yeah, yeah, that'll be cool. Because yeah, they're just now opening up the Pier 62 concert series again. They used to do concerts on the pier back in the day, and now they're getting them back going again after the waterfront's been revamped, which is cool. All right, cool. All right. So Let's double check these. I thought I increased the font size. Blowing over trees and light poles down? Oh, geez, that sounds really strong. See, I never think of monsoons in the desert. Right? They always seem to me like a tropical thing. Okay, that looks a little bigger. All right. Yeah, I'll call that good. So that was the main issue. It was the text 18 on this part. Two years ago, 108 outside and hailing? Oh my god, dude. Now that sounds like a monsoon. Okay, so we got a few things that are bugs. We'll have to go look at where and why. That one's fine. That one's fine. All right, so this always works. That's maybe no good. Distinct we're not using. So we can clean up a bunch of these warnings. This is the big one, though. We have way more data to pass to notification single than the other. Ugh. Hmm. And what all does leading do? I think I'm forgetting that part. And yeah, what's up, Mono? How you doing? Maybe we just get rid of the created at? Came all the way from YouTube to say hi. Really? Were you lurking over there? I didn't see any messages from you. Or Badman, you're saying you were lurking over on YouTube. And you were saying hi to Mono. Ah, got it, got it. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, see, you get to listen to your own music. Yeah, I think that's YouTube's best bit. You can listen to your own music instead of the synthwave, and that's totally fine. Yeah, so I think I like this. I think I like this. Yeah. All right, so we're going to rebuild the transactional templates for the time being. And then we go to the back end and recognize that we're only doing the batch email. You're liking the idea? Nice. All right, so then this part. Yeah, data notification single doesn't exist because we're expecting way more. And yeah, that just seems wrong. So we got to go look at the data that we're passing to data notification single. Yeah, Mailinator's good just for like testing email stuff. There's also another called Gorilla, and we were using Gorilla for a while, but then for some reason it went down. I'm sure it's back up and running now. So yeah, you know, Gorilla Mail, Mailinator, Maybe mail trap, sure. I'm sure they all work just fine. Yeah, let's go to the back end here, and let's look at what the deal is, right? We see notification batch, notification single. That one doesn't look right whatsoever. No, that is not the correct data. So let's go double check it. So notification single, what values do we care about? Griffinator, there we go. There we go. And we're still doing invite link in here because we have not ever actually done the single thing. All right, so what does a single one end up looking like? So yeah, join team name, not accurate. Right? It'll be something like new message from blank. Preview text. We'll think about. So yeah, the invitation goes away. The HR can go away. That goes away. Join the team. Right, see all notifications or see all events. Right, so invite link. No, this is more like... We could do event link. Yeah, I'd say event link makes sense. Or no, hold on. This is not event link. This is keyword events link. All right, and that's just all for that keyword. The invited by stuff. This is where I probably want to grab just what we have over here, where we're looping over events, but instead we just do, oh, not that, this. Nobody, I'll beat him. It's just really warm right now. 30.7 degrees Celsius in this room. Well, I do have a fan on. It doesn't help nearly as much. All right, so I think this works so far. So the values that we end up having that we care about, keyword name, URL, author name, platform, content. Okay. So then, yeah, content preview, yes. Content, yes. Author name, platform. $11 degrees Celsius where you're at? Oh, man, that sounds nice. I'm a little jealous. So wait, we got those 5 things. What am I missing? Content preview. Yeah, winter down under. That makes a bit of sense. It is summer up over. I'm pretty sure I've told you that joke before, right? I have a Kiwi friend whose name on Twitter is Kiwi Up Over because he lives here in Washington. Yeah, such a good name. All right, last one of these. We don't need to go overboard. That's what Friday's for. You're a Kiwi living in Australia. Still hard to be an Aussie? Yeah. I was thinking about that episode where I don't remember if it's Britt or Jermaine But one of them gets the Australian girlfriend in Flight of the Conchords. I think he's got to be Brit, right? Yeah, exactly. She's just terrible. We do need the URL value. All right, so it does end up being 7 things we got to pass. Trying to make you homesick? There you go. Okay, so let's look at this. Content preview. Content is then event dot content, event dot link, event dot, I think this is author name. Blue sky. State.keyword.value. Keyword events link. That looks okay to me. Is this debounced? What do you mean by debounced? Just want to make sure I understand the question. No, that's the whole buffer thing that we just built. That's fine. It's what we've been doing for the past, 3 days. All right, so we're going to delete these keywords. We're going to create some new keywords, and one will be get lens. Now there will be get Kraken. And cool. So I think it'll probably be a while before we end up seeing events from that. Mailinator. We'll just go through and delete all the existing stuff. Really wish they had a delete all. Probably got to be on the pro tier or something, right? I know, right? use it to be able to delete more than 5 things at once. No. No, it's just a really bad experience. Where do I get domains? It doesn't matter. Basically anything other than Namecheap or GoDaddy. I still have some on Namecheap. I'm working on it. No one's perfect. I don't think any of these are actually being deleted. Theoretically, no. Of course, they're going to say they don't. But that was the controversy because they made some comments that were like, well, of course we're going to do that. And, just the timing of their comment was really bad, so it was easy to misunderstand. GoDaddy does do that. Yeah, so no, the Messijo testing is just the public email box we're in. So it's not a search. No, this is not a full-featured email client. No, there isn't There isn't a deleted folder. They just get deleted. Yeah, no worries. Definitely worth a thought, for sure. All right, and it takes a while before we're going to see any of these events either. So yeah, we don't have any red. I'm going to call this good enough for now. I think our batching is done. I do need to keep up to date with this just in case, right? Like, so as we send stuff out tomorrow from Get Kraken, do I see some of it? Let's double check what we got going here. So I'm going to say batched notifications. This one's done. Single notification we haven't been able to test yet. And yeah, like Talented, we could do that, except for the fact that it's not actually deleting them anymore. Like, none of the stuff I was deleting were actually disappearing. I think we'll just let them clear it. Whatever, you know? So yeah, the email batching we're done with. We probably want to be able to do the whole words thing instead of portions of words. Pivoting to SendGrid is maybe the next step after that. Single notification over limits. Those ones are a little trickier to do. Adding billing is something we need to do. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's always a bunch of work. I would say a lot of this stuff is actually just a nice to have. So if we can pivot to SendGrid, maybe do the whole words thing. There's one more thing I want to do. Allow ignoring specific accounts. I'd say that could easily be part of the MVP. What order do we want to do them in? That I'm less sure of. But I think we're really close. I think we could get this thing launched here in a few weeks. Like totally done in a few weeks. We're going to do the billing in a way that we're not using Walter yet, because we got to get Walter like up and running. But that I think might be a good experience. Like, well, what does it look like to pivot a bunch of the usage stuff from what I'm tracking locally to what I could then like drop from the database? Could I do billing manually at first? No, I'm going to wire up Stripe for sure. Now, wiring up Stripe is absolutely part of it. Yeah, a lot of SaaSes just have a lot of the same BS. All right, so let's look at some of this. I would say Lobster's listening and Hacker News listening are maybe more important. You need to do deposits and refunds. What do you mean by deposits, Lightspeed? Like you're tracking virtual currency? Oh yeah, iReal, dude. Yeah, Mark Lou's such a snake oil salesman. Oh, that sounds like a nightmare, Lightspeed. So you're trying to establish basically like a marketplace. Marketplaces are fraught with liability. Because that dude's such a charlatan. For sure, Ireal. He makes more money off selling those templates than he does actually shipping stuff. No, Lightspeed, I've worked on a project like that, but it involves way more effort than I think you're realizing. If you're going to do it with Stripe, you're going to look into a thing called Stripe Connect. Now, what you want to do to set up a marketplace is Stripe Connect. Okay. Then all of this is how it gets handled. Like, this is literally it. You follow Stripe Connect docs and you're done. Don't reinvent the wheel. Just follow their instructions. How I decide to rank things? Well, as far as these, Lobsters is easier, I think, because it's open source. Hacker News, I'd have to do RSS feed work, and Reddit would also be RSS feed work. So these two may actually get shifted down. But Lobsters, we could reach out to them and have them just directly publish to ATProto, and then we're just listening to ATProto. Ideally, we could have Hacker News do the same thing. In a trickier way, we'd have to basically set up our own like Reddit scraper to maybe do that for us. Or it's RSS feeds and we just do polling. As far as like features and some of that stuff, Discord, I would put Discord above Hacker News. I would put webhook support above that. I would say SMS is way later. Web push later. Hold on, I can wait. Yes, that's what I'm saying, talented. If someone mentions a keyword you're listening for in a Reddit post, we want to notify you. The way that would work is you'd have to watch specific subreddits, and then we could just overlap those subreddits as new events come in. That's going to be way more complicated. It's going to be basically the same thing as how we do Hacker News. But Hacker News, we don't need to do individual subreddits. Right? Like, consider Hacker News just one subreddit. You're saying you'd pay for that? Yeah, right? I mean, that would be part of our billing tiers. Like, maybe for X amount, you get to add another Reddit. Like, for another $1 a month, you can add another subreddit. At certain billing tiers, you get X amount of free subreddits. I don't know. I haven't fully decided all the billing stuff yet. And if you have thoughts about that, that would be helpful. But, yeah. Yeah, I don't have anything set in stone, Krasner. In general, I rank them based on the ease with which I could do it. Right? So Lobsters, I think, would be easier than some of these others for sure. Adding Discord notification and webhook notification support, pretty easy. The other ones become harder. I think sentiment analysis becomes like a really nice to have, but not early. Better logging might be before any of this. And somehow monitoring all subreddits. There are services that do it, and once we have enough users, like, I don't know about all subreddits, but once we have enough users, the overlap between the ones they want to listen to becomes easier. But because we're not just targeting like tech companies, I think it's a lot harder to try and index everything on Reddit. Doing a search on the user's behalf every X amount of time. That's one way. There comes a point where I think you get diminishing returns and you're better off just fully indexing the entire subreddit. Like, look at it this way. The Reddit API, I believe, costs money. And, like, the Reddit REST API has, like, restrictions and all sorts of stuff you can't do. The RSS feed is open. So RSS is, like, the most legitimate way to do it. But yeah, I guess Krasner. The big thing really is how much value would it bring? You know, better logging would bring a lot of value to me, but not much to a user, but it's also a much simpler thing to implement than some of these others. The value of having yet another platform to listen to, as long as it's somewhat simple for lobsters, makes sense. The value of Discord and webhook notification support becomes valuable. As far as SMS, I'd say we could do that before Hacker News and Reddit. But Talented, here is one thing for you. This is a company I'm basically competing against. They're called F5Bot. And this might be exactly what you're looking for the time being. I think what I'm going to have is going to be a better service. But if you just need to listen for mentions on Reddit, it does the job. But once we start adding sentiment analysis and like other stuff, I just think we have a better product. It's the theoretical volume at that point. Yeah. So Talented, yep. Until I have that, this is what you get, and they just send you an email. But I think we could do more. I think we can do it better. So this will at least get you something. And you could even set up some mailbox and do some weird forwarding logic that way. But yes, I think the use case you're thinking of is absolutely like the core use case, right? Set up webhooks, set up whatever. You know, get your notifications in Slack or Discord instead of email. The fact that this exists has a lot of value. I enjoy using it, but I think there could be more. Means I think we're onto something with a legitimate business. And there's that product that Chris DeMars was in here talking about the other day. I forgot the name of it already. Will Cursor figure out how to implement this with Claude? Doubtful. I mean, you could do it, but you got to be able to debug it. And yeah, there's definitely more I want to do laying out these sections, but I just don't have enough like data to put in them, which I think is important. And today's what? Tuesday? Yes, today's Tuesday. Yeah, I got sushi stuff just because I didn't want to cook anything warm tonight. And yeah, I'd say we got enough work done today. I've got some work to do tonight. I also got some gaming I want to play and all that, right? Tomorrow is then Wednesday, which is a day off, so I can get more work done tomorrow. And then play some games with James and Worm tomorrow night. Then Thursday, which is like a pre-holiday weekend day, which means it's going to be nice and chill. And we'll be back here. And then Friday, I think I'm going to try and start up a bit earlier. I also maybe want to start off with the whiskey a bit earlier that day, too. And, yeah. So I think we got a good plan. I think we got a lot of good stuff to do. But I'm getting hungry. This sushi. Yeah, I'm getting hungry. Costco has a sale for Glenfiddich. I think the sales are unique to each warehouse, depending on just their stock. Which whiskey am I drinking on Friday? Ooh, that I don't know yet. I'm going to say either Basil Hayden with Coca-Cola or I could do margaritas. Margaritas are a 4th of July drink, right? And that's fine, Brainless. You can enjoy it however you want. Just let other people enjoy it how they want. We're currently sipping on Pendleton. Okay, so who's streaming? Yeah, I'm getting hungry. We'll hang out over on Gaming Stream. We'll play some games tonight too, of course. But who's streaming right now that we should go raid? And then yeah, tomorrow during the day, it'll be just over here on this channel chilling. Yeah, no worries there, Salal. Thank you for chilling over there. Who should we go raid though? Man, not many people streaming right now, huh? Like in the category. A lot of game dev. Yeah, thank y'all for hanging out. No, we got a lot done today. I'm stoked. We got the batching working. That's huge. That's so huge. Like, who do we go raid? Like, yeah, I'm pumped. I wasn't expecting to fix it and have it done today. Like, yeah, we did it. We got there, man. Man, a lot of Spanish, a lot of Portuguese. Yeah, big forehead. Basically a 5 or a 6 head at this point. We see someone making Twitch extensions. Maybe that's where we go. Twitch changed their layout and broke it? Wait, what layout? Yeah, let's go do this. Sure. The Otterly. Twitch extensions. Sounds interesting. Oh, hold on. We have an unban request. Let me look at that real quick. Damn. When did that one happen? Let's just double check. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. No mod comments. Yeah, I'm not sure why. Yeah, sorry, person who got banned. I don't remember the context. It could have been a misclick. Yeah, I don't know. All right, so yeah, let's go raid someone. The Otterly. Oh, and you were saying you want to update your extensions. That was the context I was missing. I get it. Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, but they keep changing the layout on you. Yeah, I get that. So yeah, everyone on YouTube, thank y'all. Yeah, sorry about that, Vayeb. I don't know what happened. I'm not sure why. My bad. Could have been a misclick. It was on January 23rd, but you hadn't said anything in a while, you know? So yeah, I think it was just a misclick. So I'm sorry about that. Yeah, last thing you were chatting about was canes, right? Just good chicken. Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Like raising canes or whatever. But yeah, so we're going to go raid someone named The Otterly. The thing's ticking down. So yes, YouTube. Yeah, we're headed out. I'll be over on Gaming Maniac, but yeah, it's about bedtime. Or not bedtime, but like food time. I need food in my belly. So yeah, I'll see you over on Gaming. We'll watch some show. I got to get a little bit of work done. But yeah, so YouTube, see you guys on Thursday. And then see some of y'all on Gaming tonight and see the rest of y'all on Gaming tomorrow while I get a bunch of work done.